Hey there, folks. Welcome to our cozy nook of tales and adventures. Today, like every episode, we're unlocking the doors of imagination to explore new worlds, meet fascinating characters, and experience unique emotions. I promise to take you on an unforgettable journey through the power of words. So get comfy, grab your favorite drink, snuggle into that perfect spot, and get ready to lose yourself in a new story. Leave the outside world behind for a while and dive with me into the depths of storytelling. If you enjoy our content and want to support the channel, consider hitting the subscribe button and giving the video a thumbs up. Now, without further ado, let's dive into today's story. The endless winter fell upon the Shire like a silent predator, its icy claws digging deeper with each passing day. What began as an unseasonably early frost had transformed, over 3 long months, into an unyielding blanket of white that smothered the once verdant hills. Rivers that had gurgled merrily through generations now lay silent beneath thick sheets of ice. Fields that had burst with golden wheat and plump vegetables were now barren wastelands, the frozen soil hard as iron beneath the pristine snow. In his modest burrow nestled beneath the withering oak hill, Hobbit pressed his small hands against the frosted window, watching as crystalline patterns formed around his fingertips. Unlike the other Shire folk who huddled together in communal burrows, sharing warmth and dwindling supplies, Hobbit felt something different in the unnatural cold. A calling, a whisper that tugged at his very essence. "You feel it too, don't you?" he whispered to the dancing snowflakes. The wind howled in response, a mournful melody that carried the scent of despair across the white wasteland that had once been Hobbit's home. Since childhood, Hobbit had been different. While other little ones feared thunderstorms, he would stand in open fields, arms outstretched, face tilted toward the heavens as lightning painted the sky in brilliant strokes. When summer droughts parched the land, Hobbit would press his hands into the cracked earth and somehow, mysteriously, the soil around his touch would remain moist. These peculiarities had earned him suspicious glances and whispered rumors. Unnatural, they called him, touched by foreign magic. But nothing had prepared him for the dread that gripped his heart when, on the 7th day of the 3rd month of winter, the great willow at the center of Bywater began to weep. Tears of ruby sap trickled down its ancient bark, freezing into crimson droplets that hung like crystallized blood from its bare branches. The elders spoke of doom, the healers muttered of disease. But old Mistress Weatherby, whose age was as unfathomable as her knowledge, had fixed her milky eyes upon Hobbit and declared, "The season wheel turns no more. The bearers must gather." That night, dreams of ancient temples and forgotten rituals filled Hobbit's sleep. He saw 3 figures shrouded in mist, one wreathed in delicate blossoms, another crowned with golden sunlight, the third adorned with fiery leaves. And behind them all, a towering presence of ice and malice, a scepter of frozen tears clutched in its skeletal hand. Hobbit awoke to find his humble dwelling filled with an unearthly glow. The air shimmered with particles of frost that danced like fireflies in the darkness. At the foot of his bed stood a figure so incongruous in the small burrow that Hobbit nearly cried out in terror. The troll's skin was the color of storm clouds, etched with ancient runes that pulsed with a gentle blue light. His massive frame seemed fashioned from the very mountains, yet he moved with a grace that belied his enormous bulk. Most remarkable were his eyes, deep pools of amber that held wisdom accumulated through countless centuries. "I am Barlog, guardian of the ancient ways," the troll rumbled, his voice like distant thunder. "The cry of the willow has been heard throughout the realms. The Lord of Winter moves against the natural order. You, little one, bear the mark of the seasons within your blood." "I'm just Hobbit," he replied, his voice small yet unafraid. "I've never been anything special." Barlog's laughter shook the walls of the burrow, dislodging tiny avalanches of snow from the ceiling. "That is precisely what makes you worthy. The magic of the seasons runs strongest in those who seek not power but harmony." From a pouch at his waist, Barlog produced a medallion of bronze, embossed with 4 spiraling symbols that seemed to shift and change as Hobbit gazed upon them. "This is the key of equilibrium, forged when the world was young. It will guide us to the other bearers." Other bearers. 4 there must be, 1 for each season. You, little one, are the bearer of winter. The true winter, not this perversion that grips the land. The essence of rest, reflection, and renewal flows through your veins. But winter without spring, summer without autumn, such imbalance brings only destruction. Before dawn touched the eastern sky, Hobbit found himself trudging through snowdrifts taller than himself, following the lumbering form of Barlog. The troll carved a path through the frozen wasteland with ease, occasionally reaching back with a massive hand to help Hobbit over particularly treacherous terrain. "Where are we going?" Hobbit asked, his breath forming crystalline clouds before his face. "To the whispering glade beyond the eastern woods," Barlog replied. "There dwells Thysania, the bearer of spring, if the Winter Lord has not found her first." The journey through the frozen Shire was unlike anything Hobbit had experienced. Familiar landmarks stood transformed by ice and snow, rendering them alien and foreboding. The Green Dragon Inn, once a beacon of warmth and merriment, now resembled a frosted cake abandoned by a careless giant. The party field, where generations of Shire folk had celebrated midsummer with dance and song, lay buried beneath a windswept expanse of white. As they approached the borders of the eastern woods, a howl echoed through the stillness. Not the cry of a wolf or wild dog, but something colder, more ancient, the voice of winter itself given predatory form. "Frost wraiths," Barlog growled, drawing a massive hammer from his back. The weapon's head gleamed with runes, similar to those upon the troll's skin. The Winter Lord's hunters. They tracked the scent of the season bearers. Through the trees, ghostly forms materialized, slender, graceful creatures with skin like polished ice and eyes that glowed with frigid malice. They moved with liquid grace, leaving no footprints in the snow, their clawed hands reaching hungrily toward Hobbit. "Stay behind me," Barlog commanded, swinging his hammer in a wide arc. Where the weapon passed, the air itself seemed to crack, and 2 of the wraiths shattered into glittering shards, but more appeared from the frozen mist, their movements quickening as they sensed Hobbit's presence. One lunged past Barlog's defenses, its frozen talons inches from Hobbit's face when, instinctively, he raised his hands. Power surged through him, not the biting cold of the wraiths, but the gentle chill of the first frost. The comforting silence of snow-dampened forests, the quiet renewal of the dormant earth. The wraith recoiled as if burned, its form wavering like a reflection in troubled water. "The magic awakens," Barlog observed, dispatching the last of the creatures. "But such displays will draw the Winter Lord's eye. We must make haste." The whispering glade, when they finally reached it, bore little resemblance to its name. No leaves rustled in the breeze, no birds sang among the branches. Only the occasional creak of ice-laden boughs broke the eerie silence. At the center of the glade stood a small cottage, its walls fashioned from living trees that had grown together to form a natural dwelling. Smoke curled from a chimney of hollowed stone, a promise of warmth that seemed miraculous in the frozen landscape. The door opened before they could knock, revealing a slender figure wrapped in a cloak of woven leaves, somehow still green despite the killing frost. Her face held the timeless quality of the elven folk, but her eyes were pure emerald, alive with the essence of growing things. "I've been expecting you," Thysania said, her voice like the first breeze of spring. The medallion calls to its counterparts. From within her cloak, she withdrew a medallion identical to the one Barlog had given Hobbit. Yet, where his felt cool to the touch, hers radiated gentle warmth. "Two found, two to seek," Barlog intoned. "The bearer of summer dwells in the Fireforge Mountains, while autumn's chosen makes her home in the Amber Vale. But time grows short. The Winter Lord gathers his strength in the ancient temple of Frosthold, deep within the Runlands." "Why is he doing this?" Hobbit asked, accepting a cup of herbal tea from Thysania. The liquid seemed to thaw something frozen within him, bringing clarity to his thoughts. "Why freeze the world?" Thysania and Barlog exchanged knowing glances. "Aramel was once the greatest of the White Wizards," Thysania explained. "He loved the world with such passion that its corruption became unbearable to him. He saw the wars of men, the greed of dwarves, the fading magic of the elven realms, and it broke his heart. In his despair, he sought to preserve rather than heal," Barlog continued. "He believes that by locking the world in eternal winter, he can prevent further decay, a perfect, unchanging crystal of what once was. But without change, there is no life," Hobbit murmured, understanding dawning in his eyes. "The seasons must turn for the world to thrive." Thysania smiled, touching a finger to the center of his forehead. "And that, little bearer of winter, is why the medallion chose you. True wisdom is knowing not just when to endure the cold, but when to welcome the thaw." As night fell over the whispering glade, Hobbit stood beneath the starlight, the medallion warm against his palm. Tomorrow they would journey onward, seeking the bearers of summer and autumn, preparing for the confrontation with the Winter Lord. The path ahead was fraught with danger and uncertainty. Yet for the first time since the unnatural winter had descended upon the Shire, Hobbit felt something stir within his heart. Not the bitter chill of fear, but the quiet certainty of purpose. Like the bulbs sleeping beneath the frozen soil, awaiting their season to bloom. His destiny had always been there, dormant until the moment of greatest need. He was Hobbit, bearer of winter, guardian of the season of quiet renewal. And before the cycle was complete, he would remind the Winter Lord of winter's greatest lesson, that even in the deepest cold, the promise of spring endures. Story 2. The ancient hills of the Shire slumbered beneath a blanket of morning mist, their rolling emerald slopes disappearing into swirling white tendrils that danced in the pale dawn light. Within this misty realm, a solitary figure moved with the practiced stealth of one accustomed to going unnoticed. Hobbit, apprentice to the venerable Time Elderroot, most respected of all Shire elders, clutched a leather satchel to his chest as he made his way through the winding paths between hillside burrows. 3 days had passed since Elderroot's body had been discovered in his study, his weathered skin bearing an intricate map etched in azure ink that spiraled across his back like a mystical constellation. 3 days since whispers had begun circulating through the Shire that dark magic had claimed the old sage. 3 days since Hobbit had become the primary suspect in his master's demise. The satchel contained all he had managed to salvage: Elderroot's journal, bound in leather so ancient it resembled stone more than hide, a curious bronze compass whose needle pointed not north but toward some unknown destination, and a silver key adorned with runes that shifted and changed when viewed from different angles. "He always said you weren't to be trusted," Magistrate Proudfoot had declared, his voice carrying across the crowded town square. "An outsider, even among our kind, too curious by half, always asking questions better left unasked." The accusation had cut deeper than any blade. True, Hobbit had never quite belonged, taller than most, with eyes the color of storm clouds, rather than the typical earthen browns of Shire folk. True, he questioned traditions others accepted without thought. But to believe he would harm Elderroot, the only one who had seen potential where others saw only peculiarity. Unthinkable. Yet here he was, slipping away like a thief in the night, driven from the only home he had known by suspicion and fear. At the edge of the eastern woods, Hobbit paused, casting one last glance at the smoke beginning to rise from morning cookfires. The day, with a steadying breath, he plunged into the shadows beneath ancient oaks whose massive trunks had witnessed the rise and fall of kingdoms beyond the sheltered knowledge of Shire inhabitants. He had traveled half a day's journey when the unmistakable sensation of being watched prickled at the nape of his neck. Hobbit froze, his eyes scanning the undergrowth for signs of pursuit. The forest had fallen unnaturally silent. No birdsong, no rustling of small creatures among fallen leaves. "Your footprints betray you, little one," came a melodious voice from above. A novice mistake for one fleeing justice. Hobbit's gaze snapped upward. Perched on a branch with effortless grace sat a figure that seemed woven from moonlight and shadow. Her silver hair cascaded like a waterfall around sharp features marked with swirling tattoos that mimicked the patterns of starlight. A bow of white wood rested casually across her knees, an arrow nocked but not drawn. Lorelei of the Twilight Court. She introduced herself with a tilt of her head that was neither bow nor nod, but something in between. Bounty hunter, tracker of the lost. Collector of debts. "I've done nothing wrong," Hobbit declared, hating how his voice quavered. The elf's laughter tinkled like wind chimes in a summer breeze. "What you've done matters little to me. What matters is the price on your capture. Alive, preferably, though the magistrate seemed flexible on that point." With speed that belied her relaxed posture, Lorelei drew her bow and loosed an arrow that thudded into the earth between Hobbit's feet. "Now we can proceed with dignity, or I can bind you like a festival pig. Your choice reflects only on your comfort, not your destination." Hobbit's hand closed around the compass in his pocket. In that moment, it pulsed with unexpected warmth. Acting on instinct rather than calculation, he withdrew it and held it before him like a shield. The effect was immediate and astonishing. The needle spun wildly before settling on a direction that seemed to cut through the forest at an impossible angle. More remarkably, the elf recoiled, her eyes widening in recognition. "The Wayfinder of Arendor," she whispered, all arrogance evaporating from her tone. "Where did you get that?" "From my master," Hobbit replied, finding courage in her obvious discomfort. "The man I'm accused of killing." Impossible. That artifact was lost when the northern kingdoms fell a millennium ago. Yet there it sat in Hobbit's palm, its gentle pulse synchronizing with his heartbeat. The needle remained fixed, pointing toward some destination that seemed to exist in a direction beyond conventional geography. "Your master," Lorelei said, lowering her bow completely. "What was his true name?" "Time Elderroot." The elf shook her head. "His true name?" "The one whispered in ancient halls, where the fate of realms was decided. I don't understand." Lorelei gracefully descended from her perch, landing soundlessly before him. Up close, her otherworldly beauty was tempered by eyes that had witnessed centuries of triumph and tragedy alike. The man you knew as Elderroot was Thurnir of the White Council, guardian of the Western Gate, keeper of the Eternal Flame. If he possessed the Wayfinder, then the rumors are true. Darkness stirs once more in the forgotten places of the world. She gestured toward the compass. "That artifact doesn't merely point to places, little one. It guides the worthy to moments, nexus points where the fate of all can be altered by the actions of the few. Hobbit stared at the innocuous object with newfound wonder and trepidation. Why would he give this to me? I'm nobody. Perhaps, Lorelei said, her gaze penetrating as if seeing through flesh to the soul beneath. That is precisely why you were chosen. The greatest changes often come from the most unexpected sources. With fluid grace, she plucked the arrow from the ground. The bounty on your head is substantial, but some debts transcend gold. I knew Thurnir in ages past, when the world was younger and shadows less deep. If he entrusted you with the Wayfinder, then his death was no accident, and your journey is one that shapes the destiny of many, not just yourself. You're going to help me, Hobbit asked, disbelief evident in his voice. Help is perhaps too generous a term, she replied with the ghost of a smile. Let us say our paths align, for the moment at least. Thus began an unlikely alliance, as Hobbit and Lorelei followed the compass's guidance eastward, toward the ruins of Fornost, once proud capital of a kingdom now remembered only in fading scrolls and fireside tales. The journey revealed layers of Elderroot's deception. The humble sage had maintained a network of informants throughout the lands, had collected artifacts of immense power, and had somehow known that ancient enemies were stirring once more. They traveled by night to avoid the Black Riders, hooded figures astride massive steeds whose eyes burned with internal flame, that Lorelei identified as servants of a power too terrible to name aloud. By day, they sought shelter in hidden glades where the elf taught Hobbit the basics of stealth, survival, and the ancient histories absent from Shire records. Your people once were warriors, she told him, as they rested beneath a canopy of golden leaves. Not in the crude sense of men who glorify bloodshed, but defenders of innocence. The bull roarer was not an anomaly, but a reminder of capabilities long dormant. Why would Shire history omit this? Hobbit asked, practicing the knife techniques she had demonstrated, because peace breeds complacency, and complacency is safer than readiness. Your ancestors chose comfort over vigilance, a choice that may soon prove costly for all. On the seventh day of their journey, as the broken towers of Fornost appeared on the horizon, they were ambushed. Shadow wraiths materialized from the morning mist, their skeletal hands reaching with unnatural hunger. Lorelei's arrows passed harmlessly through their insubstantial forms. "The map!" she shouted, loosing arrow after futile arrow. Dasin, the map on Thurnir's skin. Did you memorize it? Hobbit nodded, recalling the intricate patterns he had studied before fleeing. In that moment of remembrance, the key in his satchel vibrated with power. Understanding bloomed like fire in his mind. Dropping to his knees, Hobbit pressed the key against the earth and turned it as if unlocking an invisible door. The ground trembled. The wraiths shrieked in dismay as a circle of ancient runes illuminated the soil around Hobbit and Lorelei, creating a barrier the creatures could not cross. "How did you know?" Lorelei asked, genuine astonishment in her voice. "I didn't," Hobbit admitted. "But Elderroot, Thurnir, always said that knowledge isn't about having answers, but recognizing questions." The protective circle, held until sunrise, banished the wraiths back to whatever realm had spawned them. By midday, they stood before the crumbling gates of Fornost, a city reclaimed by nature, yet still bearing the echoes of ancient glory in its weathered stonework and fallen statues. The compass led them deep into the ruins, through collapsed corridors and open chambers where tree roots entwined with marble columns. Finally, they reached a chamber at the city's heart, where a pedestal of black stone stood unmarked by time's passage. When Hobbit placed the compass upon it, the floor retracted to reveal a spiraling staircase descending into darkness. At its base, they discovered not treasure as expected, but a vast archive. Thousands of scrolls and tomes preserved by enchantments beyond mortal understanding. "This is the true legacy of Thirnir," Lorelei whispered, reverence in her voice. Knowledge, thought lost for centuries. Among the countless texts, one bore the seal of the White Council, a journal written in Elderroot's familiar hand. Its final entry read, "The Shadow returns." Not as conqueror this time, but as corrupter. Morgoth's essence, never truly vanquished, seeps back into the world like poison into a well. The great kingdoms will fall not to armies, but to their own fear and hatred. Yet hope remains in the small, the overlooked, the underestimated. My apprentice carries my final testament, not in objects but in spirit. The Shire folk once saved all realms through joy and steadfastness when mighty warriors failed. They will be needed again. Hobbit, if you read this, know that you were never a student but a successor. The map upon my skin was not to guide you to treasure, but to remind you of the path already walked and the one yet to be forged. The true power was never in the compass or key, but in the hands that held them. The world darkens. Light candles where you can. As Hobbit lowered the journal, understanding dawned like the first light of spring after winter's grasp. Elderroot had not been murdered. He had transformed his final message into the map, knowing the Shire would reject the warning, but that pursuit would drive Hobbit to discover the truth. "What happens now?" he asked, looking to Lorelei. The elf's expression had softened, the cynical bounty hunter replaced by a warrior with renewed purpose. "Now, little Laura Keeper, we gather allies. The shadows deepen, and the time approaches when all free peoples must stand together or fall separately." Hobbit nodded, fingers tracing the compass that had guided him to knowledge far more valuable than gold. He was no longer fleeing a false accusation, but moving toward a destiny greater than any he could have imagined in his quiet life as an apprentice. The testament of the Walker was not a document, but a journey, one that had only just begun. Story 3. The earth beneath the Shire groaned like a slumbering giant disturbed from ancient dreams. For 3 days and nights, the rolling green hills had trembled and shifted, their once gentle slopes fracturing to reveal veins of glittering crystal never before glimpsed by mortal eyes. Hobbit stood amidst the wreckage of what had been his humble burrow, watching as wisps of iridescent mist rose from the newly formed chasms, dancing in patterns too deliberate to be mere chance. "They're trying to speak," he whispered, kneeling beside a particularly deep crack where the soil had parted like lips ready to utter forgotten secrets. The other Shire folk had fled west toward the safety of Myshal Delving's stone chambers, but something had compelled Hobbit to remain, to witness whatever ancient power now stirred beneath the land he called home. As night fell on the third day, the most violent tremor yet shook the Shire. The ground beneath Hobbit's feet split asunder, sending him tumbling into darkness. He fell through layers of earth and stone, past roots ancient as memory, before landing upon a cushion of moss that glowed with soft azure light. The chamber he found himself in seemed carved by hands neither human nor hobbit, too organic to be crafted, too deliberate to be natural. In the chamber's center, nestled upon a pedestal of intertwined roots that pulsed with gentle luminescence, rested a crown unlike any fashioned by mortal craftsmanship. Twisted roots of silver and gold wove themselves around gems that held entire galaxies within their facets. Emeralds deep as forest pools, rubies that burned with internal flame, sapphires that whispered secrets of forgotten seas. The crown seemed simultaneously ancient beyond reckoning and newly formed, as if existing in multiple moments of time concurrently. "Or the Earth Crown returns to the light," came a voice from the shadows, rasping and melodious all at once. after 1,000 years of dreaming darkness. Hobbit spun to face the speaker, his hand instinctively reaching for the small knife at his belt. From the shadows emerged a creature that seemed crafted of contradictions, emaciated yet somehow possessed of coiled strength, eyes too large for its gaunt face burning with both madness and profound wisdom. It moved with the awkward grace of a spider, fingers splayed and back hunched as it regarded Hobbit with unblinking intensity. "We is Smeagol." The creature introduced itself with a bow that might have been mocking or reverent. "Once of the river folk, now of the deep places, keeper of secrets, we is, watcher of the crown since the last bearer fell." "I don't understand," Hobbit said, unable to tear his gaze from the hypnotic beauty of the crown. "Ugi, what is this place? What is happening to the Shire?" Smeagol's laughter echoed like pebbles tumbling down a well. The little hobbit asks what is happening now. Yes, but should ask what happened before. When the first small folk came to these hills, they made the great pact with the elemental lords. Earth and water, fire and air, all agreed to bless these lands with bounty and peace. The creature scuttled to the pedestal, hovering near the crown without touching it. This crown was the symbol, yes, precious, the binding oath, worn by the halfling king during the solstices and equinoxes to renew the ancient promises. But the hobbits forgot, didn't they? Grew fat and content. They did. Stopped honoring the old ways. There was never a halfling king, Hobbit protested, though even as he spoke, fragments of old nursery rhymes and half-remembered tales stirred in his memory. Stories of Bandabras Took, the bull roarer, who stood as tall as a human and commanded not just hobbits, but the very elements themselves. "The crown chooses," Smeagol continued, as if Hobbit hadn't spoken, "and it has awakened for you. Descendant of the bull roarer. The earth trembles because the pact frays, because other powers seek to unravel what was woven. The blue wizards move in the east, reshaping the song of creation." Hobbit approached the pedestal cautiously. "Why me? I'm no one special." The crown sees bloodlines invisible to eyes. Yes, it does. Royal blood may sleep for generations, but never truly fades. Smeagol's gaze grew distant. "Indeed, we was drawn to guard it centuries ago, compelled by forces we does not understand, waiting for the one who would come when the earth called loudest." With trembling fingers, Hobbit reached for the crown. The moment his skin made contact, visions flooded his mind. Vast underground chambers where crystals towered like mountains, elemental beings of pure energy dancing through primordial forests, a circle of hobbits led by a chieftain wearing this very crown, standing before colossal beings of earth and stone, water and flame, signing pacts in languages written in starlight. "And I have to take this somewhere," Hobbit gasped as the visions receded, leaving him dizzy with revelation. "To the elemental gate in the misty mountains," Smeagol nodded, eyes gleaming, "where the veil between worlds thins like morning mist. But dark servants will hunt the crown now that it walks in daylight again. The way is fraught with more than natural dangers. You'll guide me?" Hobbit asked, surprised by his own lack of fear toward this strange creature. Smeagol hesitated, conflict evident in his expressive features. "We has guarded for so long. Perhaps we should see the task completed." He nodded, a decision reached. "We knows the hidden paths, the secret ways. Through darkness and light, we will guide." Their journey began that very night, traveling under star canopy as the earth continued its restless shifting. Smeagol proved a knowledgeable, if unpredictable, companion, slipping between moments of startling lucidity and disconcerting muttering to himself. He led Hobbit through landscapes few Shire folk had ever witnessed, Ancient forests, where trees communicated through patterns of falling leaves, marshlands where ghostly lights danced above the murky waters, hills that rearranged themselves when no one was looking directly at them. 7 days into their journey, as they traversed a narrow valley between weathered cliffs, they encountered their first pursuers. Creatures of amalgamated elements, bodies of cracked earth with limbs of twisted vine and eyes of smouldering coal, moved with unnatural purpose toward them. "Earth golems," Smeagol hissed, pulling Hobbit behind a boulder. "Servants of the Azure Brotherhood." The blue wizards twist the elemental powers. Yes, they do, binding them to forms not meant to be. The crown, wrapped in cloth and carried in Hobbit's pack, pulsed with warmth as if responding to the proximity of these corrupted elemental forces. Acting on instinct, Hobbit removed it and held it aloft. Radiance burst from the intertwined roots and gems, a kaleidoscope of colors that struck the golems like physical blows. Where the light touched, the unnatural bonds holding their disparate elements together unraveled, returning earth to earth and vine to vine. "The crown remembers its purpose," Smeagol observed with something approaching reverence. "It unmakes what was wrongfully joined, restores what was improperly taken." As they continued eastward, signs of elemental imbalance grew more pronounced. Rivers flowed uphill before cascading into the sky as liquid pillars. Flowers bloomed with petals of flame that consumed nothing. Boulders drifted through the air like autumn leaves. The very fabric of natural law seemed to be unraveling thread by thread. Their path led them to an ancient dwarven fortress, long abandoned, its once mighty gates lying broken and its halls echoing with memory. Here, Smeagol led Hobbit to archives untouched for centuries, where scrolls recorded in meticulous detail the Great Pact and the role of Bandobras took, not just a hobbit of unusual height, but a diplomat who had united the fractious elemental courts when even the wizards had failed. "It says here that the crown is not merely a symbol," Hobbit read, squinting at the faded runes. "It's a key to the elemental gate and a conduit through which the pact is renewed." Yes, Smeagol agreed, unnervingly close as he peered over Hobbit's shoulder. "But the scrolls does not tell of the sacrifice required, do they? The bearer must give something of themselves to restore balance, a memory, a year of life, a cherished dream." Hobbit looked up sharply. "What sacrifice?" Smeagol's expression grew somber. "The crown takes according to need, small imbalance, small price. But now..." He gestured to where, through the mountain window, they could see the sky itself beginning to fracture, showing glimpses of impossible realms beyond. "The price will be high, precious, very high indeed." The final leg of their journey brought them to the heart of the misty mountains, where reality had worn thinnest. Here, physical laws became mere suggestions. Gravity reversed itself without warning. Time flowed at inconsistent rates, causing flowers to bloom and wither in moments, while stones eroded into sand before their eyes. At the center of this maelstrom of unbound elemental power stood the portal, an archway formed of pure energy, its surface rippling like water yet burning like fire, solid as stone yet ephemeral as air. Before it stood 3 figures in azure robes, their hands weaving complex patterns that seemed to tug at the very threads of creation. "The blue wizards," Smeagol whispered, pulling Hobbit behind an outcropping of rock that shifted between slate and crystal. "They seeks to reshape all lands in preparation." "Preparation for what?" Hobbit asked. Smeagol's eyes widened. "For the return of the shadow in the east. They believes they can create buffer lands, worlds between worlds, to keep the darkness at bay. Noble purpose, terrible methods." Hobbit watched as the wizards' spellwork caused the portal to widen, the elemental chaos expanding its reach with each passing moment. "They're destroying everything in an attempt to save it," Such is the arrogance of the powerful, Smeagol agreed. And now, Crown-bearer, what will you do? Drawing a deep breath, hobbits stepped from their hiding place, the crown held before him like a shield or offering. The wizards turned as one, their eyes widening in recognition and alarm. The Earth Crown, the eldest wizard breathed, so the lineage survived after all. I am Hobbit, he declared, his voice steadier than his hammering heart. Our descendant of Bandobra Took, rightful bearer of the crown of stone and root, and I am here to restore the pact you seek to unravel. Foolish halfling, another wizard scoffed. The old agreements are insufficient against what comes. We reshape to save. By destroying the very balance that sustains all life, Hobbit countered, taking another step forward. The crown began to glow, responding to the proximity of the portal. There are older powers than wizards, deeper magics than your spellcraft. Without waiting for their response, Hobbit placed the crown upon his head. Knowledge flooded him, the language of stone and stream, the songs of root and branch, the poetry of flame and breeze. He felt the presence of the elemental lords stirring, their attention drawn by the crown's awakening. Through eyes transformed by ancient magic, he saw the blue wizards not as physical beings, but as complex weaves of elemental energy themselves, brilliant but flawed, compassionate yet dangerously prideful. Raising his hands, Hobbit began to speak in a language he had never learned, yet suddenly knew to its depths, the first tongue from which all others descended. The crown blazed with light that encompassed the entire spectrum, and colors beyond mortal perception. The wizard's spells unraveled before this more fundamental magic, the portal beginning to stabilize and contract. In that moment of perfect clarity, Hobbit understood the sacrifice the crown demanded, not years or memories, but something far more personal. It required his detachment, his ability to remain separate and uninvolved. To fully channel the power needed to restore balance, he must connect completely with the world around him, becoming a conscious part of the greater whole rather than an individual being moving through it. With a final look at Smeagol, who watched with an expression of understanding beyond his usual madness, Hobbit surrendered to the crown's power. The boundary between himself and the elements dissolved. He was the stone beneath his feet, the air in his lungs, the water in his blood, the fire of life itself. Through him, the elemental lords renewed their ancient promises to maintain balance, to allow the natural order its gentle dominion, to respect the boundaries between realms. When awareness returned, Hobbit found himself lying beside the now dormant portal, the crown resting beside him. The blue wizards were gone, not destroyed, but displaced, sent to contemplate their actions in a realm between realms. Smeagol crouched nearby, watching with newfound respect. "It is done, then?" Hobbit asked, his voice strange to his own ears, now carrying subtle harmonics that echoed the elemental tongues. "For now," Smeagol nodded. "The pact is renewed, the barriers strengthened, but the crown has chosen its king, hasn't it? And a king's work is never complete." Hobbit sat up, feeling both diminished and expanded by his experience. He was still himself, yet irreversibly changed, connected to the world in ways impossible to fully articulate. The crown no longer appeared as mere metal and stone, but as a living thing, a physical manifestation of the bond between realms. "I suppose we should return to the Shire," Hobbit said, rising unsteadily to his feet. "And they'll need to be told about all of this." Smeagol's laugh held genuine amusement. "Oh yes, precious. We can imagine their faces when the little hobbit returns wearing a crown and speaking with the voice of mountains." His expression grew serious. "But the blue wizards served a master, they did, and that master still moves in the shadows of the east." Hobbit nodded, lifting the crown and feeling its comforting weight in his hands. "Then we prepare, we restore, we remember what was forgotten." He smiled faintly. After all, that's what kings are supposed to do, isn't it? Together, the unlikely companions began the journey westward, toward a home that would never again seem quite the same to eyes that had glimpsed the fundamental patterns of creation and the shadows that sought to unmake them. Story 4. The boundary stones that had marked the edge of the old forest for countless generations now stood completely engulfed by a sea of twisted trunks and gnarled roots. Where once a clear line had separated the tamed lands of the Shire from the wild woods beyond, now there existed only a gradual surrender of sunlight to shadow. Each morning for the past fortnight, the inhabitants of Wooden Village had awakened to find the forest had crept closer during the night. Ancient trees somehow uprooting and replanting themselves under cover of darkness, their massive forms advancing like an army in slow march. Hobbit stood at the threshold of his garden, watching as tendrils of mist curled between the newly arrived sentinels of oak and ash that had claimed the eastern meadow overnight. Unlike the other residents of the Shire who regarded the forest's expansion with open terror, he felt an undeniable pull toward the whispering shadows, a connection that had branded him an outsider among his own kind. "They took Daisy Proudfoot's youngest last night," came a voice from behind. Primrose Bracegirdle clutched her market basket with white-knuckled intensity, eyes darting nervously toward the tree line. Walked straight into the mist, she did. Eyes wide open but seeing nothing, like she was in a waking dream. "That makes 7, Hobbit murmured, his fingers instinctively reaching for the dried vervain hanging at his belt. A charm against enchantment, though clearly insufficient against whatever power now reached from the woodland depths. "The council's called for a full evacuation," Primrose continued. "Everyone's to move west by sundown. They're saying," her voice dropped to a scandalized whisper, "they're saying it's your fault, with all your strange herbs and foreign books, that you've called the forest to us somehow." Hobbit merely nodded, unsurprised. In a society that prized conformity and tradition, his gift for healing and troubling visions had long marked him for suspicion. That the villagers would blame him for this mysterious phenomenon seemed almost inevitable. "Will you come with us?" Primrose asked, genuine concern breaking through her fear. "No," Hobbit replied, his gaze returning to the mist-shrouded trees. "I have another path to walk." After Primrose departed, Hobbit retreated to his small dwelling, half buried in the hillside in typical Shire fashion. Unlike most Hobbit homes, however, his burrow was lined with dried plants of every description, bundles of herbs hanging from ceiling beams, jars of preserved specimens lining rough-hewn shelves, and ancient texts on natural lore stacked in precarious towers. From beneath his sleeping pallet, he withdrew a small wooden box inlaid with silver patterns that seemed to shift and change when viewed from different angles. Inside lay a glass vial containing liquid that shimmered with its own inner light, dew collected from the leaves of the heart tree on Midsummer's Eve, a rare catalyst that amplified visions and opened doors between realms of consciousness. For 3 nights, the forest lady had come to him in dreams, her form composed of dappled light and shadow, her voice like wind through autumn leaves. "Come to me, seer of the small folk. The forest calls its children home for purpose, not malice. The binding fades, and only you can renew what was broken." He had hesitated, unsure if the visions were prophecy or delusion. But now, with children vanishing and the woods advancing, the time for doubt had passed. Uncorking the vial, Hobbit tilted his head back and let 3 precious drops fall upon his tongue. The effect was immediate and overwhelming. The boundaries between waking and dreaming dissolved like morning mist before the sun. The humble walls of his dwelling fell away, replaced by a cathedral of ancient trees whose canopy seemed to touch the very stars. At their center stood a woman, or rather, a being in woman's form, her body partially merged with a massive oak tree, roots encircling her limbs like manacles, her eyes pools of ancient sorrow. "Did the binding splinters?" She spoke directly into his mind. The Elven King awakens from his long slumber, his dreams of restoration corrupted by isolation and bitterness. He pulls the innocent to him, believing their untainted spirits can fuel the ritual of renewal. "You must come. You must bring the unbeliever, the man of iron who guards your borders." The vision collapsed like a pricked bubble, leaving Hobbit gasping on the floor of his burrow, heart racing with revelation. The unbeliever could only be one person. Grimwald, the Grim, a weathered human mercenary who had taken up the unlikely post of border guardian for the Shire's eastern boundary after deserting from some distant war. The hobbits paid him in food and lodging to keep troublesome outsiders away, but he was known to openly mock their superstitions and traditions. By dusk, Hobbit had packed his healer's bag with essential herbs, his grandfather's journal of forest lore, and provisions for several days' journey. As the last light faded from the sky, he made his way not west with the evacuating villagers, but east, toward the lone watchtower where Grimwald made his solitary home. The mercenary answered Hobbit's knock with a drawn sword and suspicious glare that softened only slightly upon recognizing his visitor. "And don't come to blame me for not stopping your magical walking trees," Grimwald growled, though he stepped aside to allow Hobbit entry into the sparsely furnished tower room. Despite his gruff manner, the man had often traded with Hobbit, exchanging curious items found during his forest patrols for healing salves and poultices. "I need your help," Hobbit stated simply, setting his pack on the rough wooden table. "There's something in the heart of the old forest, an elven presence. She's being held prisoner, and somehow connected to the forest's expansion and the missing children." Grimwald's bark of laughter held no humor. "Elves, forest spirits, and I suppose next you'll tell me dragons still soar the northern skies." He sheathed his sword with practiced efficiency. The woods advance because that's what woods do when left unchecked. The children wander off because children are curious fools. There's no greater mystery to it. "Then explain this," Hobbit challenged, removing from his pocket a small object that pulsed with gentle emerald light, a seed unlike any known in the Shire, which had appeared on his windowsill after the first vision. And explain why the trees move only at night, in unison, as if directed by a single mind." The mercenary's weathered face remained impassive, but Hobbit didn't miss the flicker of unease in his grey eyes. "What exactly are you proposing?" "Guide me through the forest. Help me find the lady and the missing children. If I'm wrong, you can return me to the Shire and mock my foolishness for years to come. And if you're right," Hobbit met the man's gaze steadily, "then perhaps you'll finally find something worth believing in." Their journey began at first light, entering the forest where the boundary stones now stood like forgotten sentinels among the encroaching trees. Immediately, the atmosphere changed. The air hung heavy with vegetal perfume, while dappled green light filtered through layers of leaves to create patterns that seemed almost deliberately puzzling to the eye. Grimwald moved with the practiced stealth of a veteran scout, his hand never straying far from his sword hilt. "The forest feels attentive," he muttered after their first hour of travel. "Yet I've walked many woods across many lands, but never one that seemed to watch me back." Their path, if it could be called such, wound through increasingly ancient and massive trees. Hobbit noted with healer's precision how the flora shifted as they proceeded, familiar Shire plants giving way to species unknown in any botanical text he had studied. Flowers with petals that chimed like tiny bells when brushed against, fungi that glowed with internal phosphorescence, vines that seemed to reach toward them before retreating at the last moment. By midday, they encountered the first clear sign of intelligent design, a circle of white stones, each engraved with flowing script that Grimwald identified with surprise as ancient Elvish, though he could not read the language. How does a man who disbelieves in elves recognize their writing? Hobbit asked with the hint of a smile. Grimwald's expression darkened. I said, I don't believe in forest spirits. Not that I'm ignorant of history. Elves existed once, certainly. But they abandoned these shores long ago, retreating to whatever mythical western lands called them home. And yet, Hobbit gestured to the freshly cut stems of the bellflowers surrounding the stone circle, someone tends this place still. As twilight approached, the forest's transformation became even more pronounced. Bioluminescent fungi multiplied, creating paths of ghostly blue-green light. The trees themselves seemed to shift and whisper to each other, their branches occasionally reaching down to brush Hobbit's hair with what felt disturbingly like affection. They made camp in a small clearing, though Grimwald refused to sleep, maintaining a vigilant watch with sword across his knees. This place defies natural law, he observed as Hobbit prepared a simple meal. Those oaks we passed an hour ago, they weren't merely old, they were ancient beyond reckoning. No living thing should endure so long unchanged. Perhaps time moves differently here, Hobbit suggested, stirring herbs into the bubbling pot. My grandfather's journal speaks of places where the boundaries between realms thin, where the mortal world and the realm of the Eternals overlap. The mercenary scoffed, but without his usual conviction. That night, as Grimwald finally succumbed to exhaustion, Hobbit experienced another vision, clearer this time, with the proximity of the Forest Lady strengthening the connection. He saw through her eyes, as she had been centuries ago, a high elven priestess named Eleanor, who had formed a sacred bond with the heart of the forest. He witnessed the arrival of the elven king Thranduil, once her beloved, now corrupted by isolation and grief after the departure of his kind to the undying lands. Refusing to abandon Middle-earth, Thranduil had sought to create a realm that would preserve elven magic against the encroaching age of men. He had bound Eleanor to the Heart Tree, using her connection to the forest to sustain his fading power, planning to extend his domain through ritual magic fueled by innocent souls, the missing children. Hobbit awoke with the taste of tears on his lips, though whether they were Eleanor's or his own, he could not tell. The third day brought them to the heart of the anomaly, a vast clearing dominated by a tree of impossible proportions, its trunk wide as a small hill, its canopy disappearing into the misty heights above. Surrounding it stood a circle of standing stones, each twice the height of a man, inscribed with runes that glowed with eldritch power. Within the circle, 7 small figures lay in peaceful repose upon beds of moss, the missing children seemingly unharmed but wrapped in enchanted slumber. Between the children and the massive tree stood a figure of ethereal beauty and terrible purpose, tall and regal, with hair like spun silver and eyes that contained entire galaxies of stars. The elven king Thranduil wore robes of midnight blue, embroidered with constellation patterns that moved and shifted as if tracking the actual heavens. "Trespassers," he spoke, his voice like crystal bells across still water, "you come uninvited to the last true haven of the firstborn." "We come for the children," Grimwald responded, his sword drawn though his hand trembled slightly in the presence of such ancient power. "And for the lady of the forest whom you imprison." A flicker of genuine sorrow crossed the Elven King's perfect features. "Imprison, I preserve, I protect. When our people abandoned these shores, they surrendered their claim to the magic that was our birthright. I merely reclaim what was always ours." By stealing children, Hobbit stepped forward, emboldened by the visions that had revealed the truth. And by twisting the forest's nature against itself. The little folk have always been closest to the earth's rhythms, Thranduil countered. Their untainted spirits will fuel the final ritual that will expand my realm, creating a buffer against the spreading corruption of mankind. His gaze fixed on Grimwald with undisguised contempt. The age of men brings only destruction. Forests felled, mountains hollowed, rivers poisoned. I create sanctuary. At what cost? Hobbit challenged, approaching the massive tree where, now that he stood closer, he could discern a female form partially emerged from the ancient bark. Eleanor, the forest lady, her eyes closed as if in peaceful sleep, though her features reflected underlying pain. You sacrifice the very thing you claim to protect. The lady showed me the truth. This isn't preservation, but perversion of the natural order. Thranduil's expression hardened. What would a halfling know of the natural order? Your brief lives are but breaths in the long song of creation. Brief, but authentic, Hobbit replied, removing the glowing seed from his pocket, as if responding to proximity to its source. The seed pulsed with intensified light. The lady gave me this, a seed from the heart tree itself, not to destroy you, but to remind you of what once was true. Before the Elven King could respond, Hobbit pressed the seed against the heart tree's bark, directly above where Eleanor's heart would be. The effect was instantaneous and extraordinary. Light erupted from the point of contact, spreading through the tree's vast network of branches in a wave of golden-green radiance. The bark encasing Eleanor began to recede, slowly revealing her form as the magical bonds weakened. Thranduil cried out, a sound of mingled rage and anguish as his connection to his unwilling conduit faltered. He raised his staff, ancient words of power forming on his lips, only to be interrupted by Grimwald's sword pressed against his throat. Enough, the mercenary said quietly. I've seen men consumed by the belief they alone know what's best for the world. It never ends well. The standoff held for a breathless moment before being broken by a voice that seemed composed of rustling leaves and flowing sap. Eleanor, now freed from her wooden prison, though still connected to the heart tree by gossamer strands of living light, addressed her former beloved. Thranduil, what began as love has twisted into possession. The forest was never meant to be a weapon or a wall, but a bridge between realms and races. These little ones, she gestured to the sleeping children, are not fuel for your magic, but the future caretakers of these lands. They will destroy it all, the Elven King protested, though the conviction in his voice wavered. Perhaps, Eleanor acknowledged, or perhaps they will learn, as all mortal beings can. But that is their choice to make, not ours to deny them. With a gesture of her branch-like fingers, the enchantment binding the children dissolved, and they stirred from their slumber, confused but unharmed. The forest lady approached Hobbit, kneeling to meet his eyes directly. You heard my call when others could not, little seer. The old forest has always respected the boundary with your lands, but it sensed the imbalance caused by Thranduil's magic. It sought to reclaim what was being corrupted. Will it retreat now? Hobbit asked, thinking of the displaced villagers. Eleanor smiled, her expression like sunlight breaking through leaves after rain. The forest will find its proper boundaries again, though perhaps not exactly as they were. Some borders are meant to be fluid, after all. She touched his forehead gently. You have the gift of understanding both worlds, the structured gardens of civilization and the wild wisdom of ancient woods. Will you serve as intermediary between them? Before Hobbit could respond, Grimwald stepped forward, his sword now sheathed, but his posture still wary. And what of him? He nodded toward Thranduil, who stood in defeated silence. Eleanor's expression softened with ancient compassion. He remains my heart's choice, despite all. We were meant to guide the forest together, in balance. Perhaps, with time, that balance can be restored. The journey back to the Shire's borders took less than a day, the forest seemingly opening paths before them where before there had been only impassable thickets. The children followed like ducklings, wide-eyed but unafraid, chattering about wonderful dreams of starlight and song. At the edge of the woods, where the first Hobbit farms were now visible across a meadow that had been forest just days before, Grimwald paused. "I still don't believe in magic," he stated flatly, though a hint of humor touched his weathered face. But perhaps there are more forces in this world than can be explained by a soldier's simple understanding." Hobbit smiled, watching as the returned children raced across the field toward home, a fair compromise for the unbeliever. In the days that followed, Hobbit found himself unexpectedly elevated from suspicious outsider to respected voice of wisdom. The council sought his advice on establishing new boundaries with the forest, which had indeed retreated, but left behind groves of trees that seemed determined to remain, creating a more gradual transition between the cultivated Shire and the wild woods beyond. And sometimes, on nights when the moon hung full and heavy above the tree line, Hobbit would slip away from his burrow and venture to the edge of the old forest. There, in a clearing that hadn't existed before the Great Expansion, he would sit with Eleanor and occasionally even the subdued but slowly healing Thranduil, learning the ancient languages of root and branch, the secrets of herbs that grew only in elven light, and the delicate art of living between worlds, neither fully of the wild forest nor completely of the civilized Shire, but something unique and valuable precisely because it bridged the two. Story 5. A poisonous mist crept through the valleys of the Shire, gliding between the hills like a spectral serpent. Unlike the usual morning fog that brought gentle dew and the promise of sun-kissed afternoons, this vapor carried the sickly sweet scent of decay. Where it touched, flowers wilted, leaving behind blackened stems and petals that crumbled at the slightest disturbance. The waters of once crystalline streams ran murky and bitter. Even the famed Brandywine River, pride of the region since time immemorial, now flowed sluggish and dark, its surface occasionally breaking with unnatural ripples as if something ancient stirred in its depths. Hobbit stood at the crest of Weathertop Hill, watching the malevolent tendrils snake between the round doors of his neighbors' burrows. Unlike the others who barricaded themselves inside with dwindling provisions and mounting fear, he felt a curious absence of dread. Instead, his dreams had been filled with flames, not the destructive infernos of war and calamity, but a singular, perfect fire that beckoned him with whispers of purpose and destiny. "Madness takes many forms," muttered old Bramble, who had found Hobbit standing sentinel on the hillside for the third consecutive dawn. "And some lock themselves away. Others stare at doom, as if expecting it to introduce itself politely." Hobbit offered a smile that didn't reach his storm-grey eyes. "The poison doesn't come from nowhere, Bramble. Something at its source might offer answers." "Answers?" The elderly Hobbit spat on the ground, though he kept a respectful distance from the nearest tendril of mist. "What good are answers when food stores dwindle and babes cry with nightmares that leave them silent for days? We need salvation, not knowledge." But as Bramble shuffled back toward the village, Hobbit wondered if perhaps they were one and the same. That night, as most of the Shire slumbered fitfully behind locked doors and shuttered windows, Hobbit felt the dream flame burning brighter than ever before. It pulled him from sleep with insistent heat that warmed but did not burn. Following its ghostly light, he made his way to the small study that had been his parents', before the great sickness claimed them a decade past. The bookshelf slid aside with surprising ease, revealing a hidden compartment he had never known existed. Within lay a small wooden chest, its surface carved with intricate patterns of fire and stone. As his fingers brushed the ancient wood, the lock clicked open of its own accord, revealing a medallion of copper and gold fashioned in the shape of a stylized flame. The moment the metal touched his palm, visions flooded his mind, generations of secret keepers passing the medallion from hand to hand, a brotherhood of flame guardians standing watch over a sacred fire that burned azure and silver, a mountain cavern where power pulsed in rhythm with the very heartbeat of the world, and beneath these images, a name repeated like the tolling of a distant bell, Vale Camino. By morning, Hobbit had packed provisions, his father's old walking stick, and the medallion now hanging from a leather cord around his neck. He left a brief note explaining nothing and everything. I go to find what we have forgotten. He had barely reached the borders of the Shire, where the eastern road disappeared into the wild lands beyond, when a gravelly voice called from the shadows of a lightning-struck oak. Either you're the bravest halfling I've encountered, or the most foolish. A stocky figure emerged, broader than any hobbit, though scarcely taller. His beard, braided with silver beads and small gemstones, reached almost to his belt. Despite his apparent age, the dwarf moved with the fluid confidence of a seasoned warrior, his hands never straying far from the twin axes crossed at his back. I am Thorindor, once Master Smith of Moria, he announced without preamble. And you, little one, carry something that has not been seen in the upper world for generations. Hobbit's hand instinctively moved to the medallion beneath his shirt. How could you possibly know that? The dwarf's laugh rumbled like distant thunder. Benu, the guardians of the ancient flame, seldom kept company with my kind, but we recognized each other as kin of sorts, both entrusted with preserving what the rest of the world was content to forget. His expression sobered. I have watched the poison mist spread from the lonely mountain for a fortnight. When I felt the awakening of the Guardian's emblem, I knew my suspicions were confirmed, which were that what sleeps beneath the mountain is stirring once more, and that the corruption it spreads can only be cleansed by the ancient flame of Vale Camino. Thorindor regarded Hobbit with newfound intensity. But the flame was extinguished centuries ago, when the last guardian fell, defending the mountain pass against the Nameless One's servants. Then why do I dream of fire that still burns? Hobbit challenged, surprising himself with his certainty. Why does the medallion grow warm against my skin when I face eastward toward the mountains? Thorindor stroked his beard thoughtfully. Perhaps not extinguished then. Hidden. Diminished but not destroyed. He nodded, as if confirming something to himself. The tales speak of a final safeguard, the white dragon of the high peaks, entrusted with the knowledge of rekindling the flame should darkness return. A dragon? I thought they were creatures of destruction and greed. Most assuredly, the dwarf agreed. But the white dragons were different, creatures of frost and moonlight rather than fire and devastation. Lawkeepers and history weavers, more interested in knowledge than gold. He sighed heavily. Though none have been seen since the age of twilight, finding one would be like catching starlight in a clay cup. Hobbit felt the medallion pulse once more, a surge of warmth that spread through his chest like liquid courage. Then we'd best find a stronger cup. Their journey took them through landscapes of increasing desolation. The eastern forests, once vibrant with life, now stood skeletal and silent, their understory choked with fungus that glowed with sickly phosphorescence after sunset. Villages they passed showed signs of abandonment or worse, inhabitants who remained but had changed, their eyes glazed with suspicion and malice, their conversations circular and paranoid. But the mist doesn't just poison the land, Thorindor observed grimly after they narrowly escaped a hamlet where the locals had attempted to capture them for some unspoken but clearly sinister purpose. It corrupts the mind, turning hope to despair, fellowship to suspicion, courage to fear. Or perhaps it simply magnifies what already lurks within, Hobbit suggested, remembering how some in the Shire had turned against their neighbors at the first sign of scarcity, while others had organized communal meals to share dwindling supplies equitably. The dwarf considered this with surprising thoughtfulness. You may have the right of it, young guardian. The truest corruption lies not in transforming good to evil, but in convincing us that darkness is all that ever existed or could exist. As they approached the foothills of the Misty Mountains, the medallion grew almost uncomfortably warm. Hobbit felt it pulling him not toward the imposing peaks ahead, but toward a narrow valley nearly hidden between two massive stone sentinels. Moonvale, Thorindor identified it with reverent wonder. I had thought it merely legend, a sanctuary of the white dragons, hidden from mortal eyes by enchantments older than the naming of the stars. The valley defied the corruption that had claimed the surrounding lands. Within its sheltering walls, ancient trees still reached for the sky with healthy limbs. Crystalline pools reflected the heavens with perfect clarity. And at its heart stood a structure that seemed grown rather than built, a palace of living crystal and silver-barked trees whose branches intertwined to form graceful archways and soaring spires. They had scarcely set foot on the path leading to this marvel when a voice like wind through ice crystals addressed them from everywhere and nowhere. Now the emblem returns to Moonvale after 12 generations of absence. The air before them shimmered, coalescing into the form of a dragon, unlike any depicted in the cautionary tales of Hobbit's childhood. Rather than scales of metallic hue, her body was covered in what appeared to be crystalline feathers that refracted light into prismatic patterns across the ground. Her eyes held the depthless wisdom of millennia. I am Luminaris, last daughter of the High Flight. What you seek, O Guardian, is not what you believe. Hobbit bowed instinctively, the medallion now pulsing in rhythm with the dragon's breathing. We come seeking the knowledge to rekindle the ancient flame. A poison spreads from the lonely mountain, corrupting all it touches. Yes, Luminaris acknowledged, her voice tinged with ancient sorrow. The final corruption of one who was once greatest among the wise, the grey pilgrim who now dwells in darkness. Thorindor's sharp intake of breath spoke volumes. Impossible. The grey wizard is the guardian of all free peoples, the enemy of shadow. Was, corrected the dragon. But even the mightiest can falter when isolation and burden become too great to bear alone. For centuries, he delved into forbidden knowledge, believing himself strong enough to study darkness without being claimed by it. Now he sits in the heart of the lonely mountain, surrounded by artifacts of terrible power, his mind twisted by their whispers until he believes the only salvation for Middle-earth is to cleanse it of all he deems corrupt, which, in time, has come to include nearly all who draw breath. And the ancient flame can stop him? Hobbit asked, hand closing around the medallion as if drawing strength from its warmth. Luminaris lowered her majestic head until her eyes were level with his. The flame does not destroy, young guardian. It illuminates. It burns away illusion and self-deception, revealing truth in its most uncompromising form. For those lost in darkness, such light can be either salvation or unbearable torment. Understanding dawned like the breaking of a new day. You're saying we don't need to fight him. We need to heal him. If healing is still possible, the dragon qualified, the corruption has festered for generations. It may be that only release remains within reach. For 3 days and nights, Luminaris instructed Hobbit in the forgotten arts of the Flame Guardians, techniques of meditation that allowed one to kindle the inner fire that resided in all living beings. Songs in a language older than speech that could focus and direct that energy, and most crucially, the method by which the emblem itself could serve as a conduit for the collective light of many hearts joined in common purpose. On the fourth morning, feeling simultaneously prepared and utterly inadequate to the task ahead, Hobbit and Thorindor bid farewell to Moonvale. The dragon had shared one final insight before they departed. The strength of the Grey One always lay in his compassion for the smallest and seemingly least significant creatures of Middle-earth. If any memory of his true self remains, it will respond to that which he once loved best. The journey to the Lonely Mountain passed in a blur of stealth and tension. The corruption grew more pronounced the closer they came to its source, the very air thick with malevolence that left an oily residue on skin and clothing. Wildlife had either fled or transformed into mockeries of their natural forms. Ravens with too many eyes, deer whose antlers dripped a substance that sizzled when it touched the ground. The mountain itself had developed a grotesque beauty, its slopes adorned with crystalline formations that pulsed with hypnotic rhythms designed to lure the unwary closer. The entrance to the ancient dwarf kingdom stood open like a hungry maw, tendrils of the poisonous mist flowing outward like breath from diseased lungs. "I never thought I would fear to enter the halls of my ancestors," Thorindor murmured, his usual bravado subdued by the oppressive atmosphere. Hobbit nodded in silent understanding. The medallion now burned against his skin, not with the comforting warmth of before, but with an urgent heat that bordered on pain. Whatever awaited them within, the emblem recognized it as both kindred and anathema. They encountered no guardians or traps as they descended into the mountain's heart. Instead, they found evidence of obsessive scholarly pursuit, chambers filled with scrolls and artifacts from every corner of Middle-earth, many bearing warning signs in languages Hobbit couldn't read, but whose meaning seemed clear enough from the accompanying symbols. In the deepest chamber, seated upon a throne of intertwined metal and stone that seemed to have grown organically from the mountain itself, they found him. The grey wizard's renowned hat and staff lay discarded in a corner, like the abandoned trappings of a former identity. His robes, once the color of dawn mist, now rippled with darkness that seemed to absorb rather than reflect the light from the phosphorescent crystals illuminating the vast space. "So," he spoke without looking up from the ancient tome open on his lap, "curiosity proved stronger than self-preservation once again. I had hoped the mist would discourage casual visitors while my work reached completion. There is nothing casual about our visit, old friend," Thorindor replied, his voice steady despite the tension evident in his stance. "We come to remind you of oaths spoken when the world was younger and of the light you once served." The wizard finally raised his head, revealing features that might once have been kind, but now seemed carved from stone, with eyes that reflected the same sickly glow as the corrupted forests. "I serve the same purpose I always have, the preservation of beauty and wisdom against the encroaching darkness of ignorance. If my methods have become more direct, it is only because time grows short and half measures have failed." His gaze settled on Hobbit, narrowing with sudden interest. "A halfling here? How curious. Your kind seldom venture beyond your comfortable boundaries." His eyes fixed on the medallion now visible against Hobbit's chest. "Ah, the emblem of Valakamino. I had thought that particular liability eliminated centuries ago." "You recognized the Flame Guardians as allies once," Hobbit said, surprised at the steadiness of his own voice. "When their understanding aligned with mine," the wizard agreed coldly. "Before they became hidebound by tradition and fear of necessary change, the ancient flame, properly harnessed, could have transformed Middle-earth for the better. Instead, they insisted on maintaining balance, preserving the very weaknesses and follies that ensure eventual destruction. As he spoke, Hobbit felt the medallion's heat intensify, spreading through his body until it seemed his very blood had become living fire. The teachings of luminaries crystallized in his mind with sudden clarity. With deliberate movements, he removed the emblem from around his neck and held it before him. You speak of transformation, yet cling to control, of preservation while spreading decay. The true purpose of the flame was never to change the world, but to reveal it, to illuminate what darkness conceals. Before the wizard could respond, Hobbit began to sing in the ancient language luminaries had taught him, sounds that were less words and more the essence of concepts: light, truth, remembrance, compassion. The medallion responded, its metal flowing like quicksilver between his fingers, reshaping itself into a small chalice that caught the tears now falling unbidden from his eyes. Thorindor, understanding without instruction, stepped forward and added his own deep voice to the song, his tears joining Hobbit's in the vessel. The liquid began to glow with a blue-silver radiance that intensified until it outshone every crystal in the chamber. The wizard rose from his throne with an expression of mingled fury and fear. "Stop this foolishness! You understand nothing of what you meddle with." But the song continued, and the light grew. When the chalice could contain no more, Hobbit approached the throne, offering the glowing vessel not as a weapon, but as a gift. "Remember," he said simply. For a moment, the wizard's face contorted with rage. His hand rose, crackling with dark energy. But something, perhaps a flicker of his former self awakened by the light, or merely curiosity about this unexpected development, stayed his attack. "What do you imagine this will accomplish, halfling?" he demanded, though uncertainty now threaded through his voice. "Nothing more or less than truth," Hobbit replied. Perhaps it was the simplicity of the answer that disarmed the wizard's suspicion. With a gesture that might have been dismissive or accepting, he took the chalice and raised it to his lips. The transformation began immediately, not as a dramatic reversal, but as a subtle softening around his eyes, a slight relaxing of his rigid posture. Memories long suppressed by darkness and isolation returned, of friendships with creatures great and small, of quiet evenings sharing stories by firelight, of the simple joy found in unexpected courage from the most unlikely sources. "Oh," he breathed, the single syllable containing volumes of realization. "Oh, what have I become?" The darkness in his robes began to recede, though not entirely, for some stains run too deep for instant cleansing. The poisonous mist throughout the chamber thinned, losing its malevolent purpose, if not its form. The corruption cannot be undone in a moment, Thorindor observed quietly to Hobbit as they watched the wizard's internal struggle manifest physically around them. "Such healing may take years or centuries. Then that is how long we shall work," Hobbit replied, with the certainty of one who has found his purpose. "Jinn, the ancient flame burns once more, if only as an ember. From such beginnings, greater fires can be kindled." As if in response to his words, the chalice in the wizard's hands dissolved back into the medallion, which floated through the air to return to Hobbit's palm. But now it bore a new design, the flame encircled by three figures: a halfling, a dwarf, and a wizard, their hands joined in unity of purpose. Outside the mountain, in villages and forests touched by the poison mist, the first signs of healing began to appear. Streams ran clearer, though not yet pure. Plants straightened, reaching once more for sunlight. And in the hearts of those affected by the corruption, a small warmth kindled, the first spark of a flame long forgotten, but never truly extinguished. Story 6. In the hidden vale of Evergreen Hollow, where morning mist clung to ancient willows and time itself seemed to flow differently than in the lands beyond, Hobbit stood before the door of his grandmother's cottage. His heart was heavy, for he had returned not to share tales of his 4 great adventures, but to bid farewell to the woman who had raised him. What he could not know, as his small hand hesitated upon the worn brass handle, was that this homecoming would reveal the most profound secret of his lineage, one that would once again thrust the reluctant hero into the fate of all Middle-earth. The cottage stood apart from the other dwellings of Vale Green, a settlement so remote that even the most detailed maps of the Shire marked it merely as untamed lands. Unlike the rounded doors and windows of typical Hobbit homes, this structure bore intricate carvings along its wooden beams, patterns that seemed to shift when viewed from different angles, as if alive with some inner light. Hobbit had always believed these to be merely decorative, a peculiar artistic choice of his grandmother, Marigold Threadweaver. "She waited for you," whispered Elder Oakwise, appearing suddenly beside him. The ancient Hobbit's face was a tapestry of wrinkles, his eyes reflecting wisdom gathered across more summers than any could remember. "She holds to life by the thinnest of threads." Hobbit nodded solemnly. Though his adventures had pitted him against dark wizards, ancient tree guardians, dragons, and forces of elemental chaos, nothing had prepared him for the quiet grief that now enveloped him. Inside, the cottage was awash with golden light that seemed to emanate not from windows or lamps, but from the very walls themselves. The air was heavy with the scent of lavender and thyme. And there, in the center of the main room, stood a loom unlike any Hobbit had ever seen. It towered nearly to the ceiling, impossibly large for such a modest dwelling, woven from wood that gleamed with an inner luminescence. The tapestry upon it depicted landscapes that seemed to breathe, mountains where tiny clouds moved across miniature skies, forests where leaves rustled in an unfelt breeze. "Grandmother," Hobbit called softly, his eyes transfixed by the magical weaving. "My wandering grandson returns," came a weathered voice from the adjacent chamber. "Come, child of many journeys. The time of transition is upon us." Marigold Threadweaver lay upon a bed of silken cushions, her once robust frame now diminished to little more than shadows and light. Yet her eyes blazed with the same fierce intelligence that had guided Hobbit's childhood. Her gnarled fingers continued to work, even now, tiny strands of impossibly fine thread dancing between them. "The tapestry," she whispered, "speaks of your coming, as it has always known, as it knows all things." For 3 days and nights, as life slowly ebbed from Marigold's body, she revealed to Hobbit the secret that had been kept from him his entire life. Vale Green was no ordinary Hobbit settlement. It was the ancient home of the Loom Guardians, a lineage of hobbits chosen by powers older than the world itself to maintain the delicate balance of seasons and natural harmony across all Middle-earth. The great loom and dozens like it housed in cottages throughout the valley were not mere weaving implements. They were instruments of creation, their patterns dictating the flow of rivers, the bloom of forests, the migration of birds, and the very rhythm of life itself. "We are small creatures," Marigold explained, her voice growing fainter with each passing hour, "chosen precisely because of our humble nature. What great lord or mighty wizard could be trusted with such power? Only those who desire little more than good food, pleasant company, and peaceful gardens can be entrusted with the weaving of the world." On the eve of the 3rd night, with the moon climbing high above the valley, Marigold placed her weaving shuttle, carved from the heartwood of the first tree ever to grow in Middle-earth, into Hobbit's trembling hands. "The shuttle passes to you," she whispered, The loom awaits its new master. With these final words, Marigold Threadweaver slipped away from the world whose patterns she had helped maintain for over a century. Dawn found Hobbit seated before the great loom. The elders of Vale Green gathered around him in solemn ceremony. Their faces, normally alight with Hobbit cheerfulness, were grave. For the first time, Hobbit noticed how their garments bore patterns similar to those upon the tapestry, subtle designs that seemed to move when he looked away. "Something is wrong with the weaving," Elder Oakwise said, his finger tracing a pattern on the tapestry where threads had begun to unravel of their own accord. It began 3 moons past. At first, merely a strand here and there, but now entire regions fade from the pattern. Hobbit examined the tapestry more closely. Now that he knew what to look for, he could see how certain areas corresponded to real locations in Middle-earth. A mountain range he had crossed during his second adventure, the great forest where he had encountered the tree shepherd, and there, the unraveling section, the lands surrounding Isengard. "The imbalance grows by the day," said Hazel Threadfinder, youngest of the elders. "Drought in lands that should be verdant, floods where rivers once flowed gently, storms of unnatural fury. The world frays, Hobbit, and we know not why." But Hobbit, veteran of 4 great quests, felt a cold certainty settle in his heart. "Saruman," he whispered, remembering the white wizard he had glimpsed from afar during his travels. "Saruman the White seeks dominion over nature itself." Within the 7 days of mourning for Marigold, evidence mounted to confirm Hobbit's suspicion. Travelers from distant lands brought news of strange occurrences around the Tower of Orthanc, smoke rising at odd hours, trees felled without cause, and most telling, Saruman's agents seeking ancient texts about the myth of the World Weavers. It was on the 8th day that the stranger called Strider arrived at Vale Green. Tall among men, cloaked in weather-worn garments, his arrival caused a stir in the secluded community where outsiders rarely ventured. "The world sickens," the ranger said without preamble when brought before the Council of Weavers. "The delicate balance of seasons falters. I was directed here by Gandalf the Grey, who bade me tell you the white hand reaches for threads it should not touch." The elders exchanged alarmed glances, for none had expected even the Grey Pilgrim to know of their existence. Hobbit, however, felt a strange relief. If Gandalf knew, then perhaps they were not as alone in this struggle as they had feared. "The original threads," Elder Oakwise said, his voice quavering with age and worry. "Turns only they can re-establish the pattern once it has been so grievously disturbed." "Original threads?" Hobbit asked. "The first fibers, spun by Vaire the Weaver herself, from which all our looms draw their power. Long ago, when the great darkness first threatened the world, our ancestors hid them in a place of stone and shadow, where no force of evil would think to look." "The mines of Moria," Strider said grimly. "But in the ancient Hobbit tongue, Moria means hidden weave." And so it was that 10 days after returning to bury his grandmother, Hobbit found himself preparing for a 5th adventure. The council appointed him guardian of the loom, the first in living memory to assume the role after confronting the wider world. His unique experiences made him the only choice to retrieve the first fibers from the depths of Moria. Strider would accompany him, as would Thimble Quickstitch, a weaver of remarkable talent despite her young age. From the borders of the Shire came Thistledown, a wizard of the Brown Order who had answered their desperate message. Unlike his more famous counterparts, Thistledown preferred the company of birds and beasts to that of intelligent beings, but his knowledge of ancient lore was surpassed only by his capacity for compassion. Their path would take them across lands increasingly troubled by unnatural phenomena, rivers flowing upstream, forests where half the trees bore summer foliage while the rest stood winter bare, skies where dawn and dusk occurred simultaneously. With each league, Hobbit felt the weight of his responsibility grow heavier, for these disturbances were merely harbingers of the chaos that would engulf Middle-earth should they fail. As the small company crested the hill overlooking Hollin, the ancient road to Moria stretching before them like a ribbon of fate, Hobbit paused. Far to the west, he could almost sense the subtle movements of the looms of Vale Green, still working to maintain what balance they could. Despite all his previous adventures, he had never truly understood the significance of his small, overlooked people in the grand design of Middle-earth. "We are small threads in a vast tapestry," he murmured, echoing the words his grandmother had spoken on her deathbed. "Yet, without even the smallest thread, the pattern cannot hold." With renewed purpose, Hobbit turned his face toward the distant mountains, where the gates of Moria waited in darkness. Within their depths lay the means to reweave the fabric of the world, if only they could reach it before Saruman's corruption spread beyond repair. The winds of autumn swirled around them, carrying leaves of impossible colors, blue, silver, and shimmering gold, as nature itself acknowledged the passing of those who might yet restore its rightful patterns. And though the path ahead was shrouded in shadow and doubt, Hobbit took the first step with the quiet courage that had carried him through all his improbable journeys. For even the smallest thread, when placed with purpose, might bind together a world unraveling.